Hello everyone! I don't know how long I'm going to be live for. I just felt like burning some stuff. I have a lot on the property I need to clear out. Also, can you all hear the coyotes? I've got like 2 coyotes. Probably a couple hundred yards away from me. They've been like howling all night long. It's 2026. Be whatever you want to be. I think it's 2026. All the years have just kind of blended together. I'm not even sure what year we're in. Oh, that fire's gotten a lot bigger than I thought it was going to. Oh yeah, there's a lot of crickets out here. There were a few coyotes, but they've been quiet for the last few minutes. Oh yeah, I'm more than warm. I'm down in Florida. It's already basically summer down here. I already missed the cold. I mean, it didn't get super cold in Florida, but it was nice while it lasted. We didn't have a single hurricane this year. Yeah, it was 84 today down here. And like the lows are still in like the 60s, so even the nights are starting to get a little hot. Hoping to get up north before summer sets in completely. Hello, hello. Welcome everyone who tuned in. I don't really have anything to talk about. I need to burn a lot of stuff, kind of help clear out the property a little bit, and figured have a nice little live stream, listen to the crickets and the coyotes or foxes or whatever's out there, and just kind of chill. No hurricanes at all this year. 2025 is just nothing. I don't even think we had a tropical storm this season. If we did, I was in New York at the time. It was a very quiet season. We're live for a little bit until the fire starts to cook my phone and it overheats. See how long that takes. Oh yeah, the response to me coming back onto YouTube has been amazing. I did not expect all of the views and subs and everything that watched. I just wanted to make like a little video journal about the last 5 years of my life for myself. You know, just so when I get to that old age, if I ever do, I can look back and remember things. Yeah, it's been awesome. Response has been really cool. Series is almost done. I'm not sure what I'm going to do afterwards. I think I have 3 more videos planned. But I might be going on another little adventure very soon. We're gonna see about that. Possibly going up to Tennessee. I'm hoping all that works out. I never went to Tennessee when I walked across the country, no. I did go to Tennessee when I was living in a van for a little while. I stayed at a campsite and worked for a woman. She was a wonderful woman. Basically, she gave me a cabin I could live in and everything, and I just had to, work a few hours a day cleaning up. It was real nice. I stayed there for about 2 weeks. And that's basically been my experience with Tennessee. But a guy I've been talking to, he bought some land up in Tennessee. It's already bought, paid for, all that. He's going up Monday, and he invited me along, and we're gonna go up there and build a little homestead, it seems. So it's gonna be a challenge. We're starting from nothing. There's not like any shelters or anything up there. We're building everything ourselves. So the first, 2 or 3 months, it's going to be a little brutal. But it's a challenge. It'll be fun. Down here in Florida, my days consist of basically this. Just burning a lot of brush that's around, cleaning up the trails, cleaning up the property. So it'll be nice, like, build some cabins, do some gardening. Oh, there's a stream up there, so I can do like some catching, cook things with fish. I think that's probably going to be like most of my diet is fish, probably. Oh yeah, we're going to record. He's also got a YouTube channel, so I cannot think of it off the top of my head, but he just started it a few weeks ago. But yeah, now I actually have a reason to do the YouTube thing. YouTube's never been the thing I was ever focused on because I'm just so used to getting regular gigs and working. But with this latest series, I finally hit the threshold to get monetized. So that's nice. All I gotta do is get a photo ID. Yeah, I just hit the threshold to be monetized. All I need is a photo ID, which is annoying to get when you're homeless, but there are ways to do it. I've been living, 4 years, 5 years now without any kind of like identification, which is wild. You'd think you need like identification for pretty much everything. Nope. 5 years. Ooh. I think I may have underestimated how many logs I needed to keep this fire going all night long. I was planning on doing a live stream for a couple hours or so. I'm almost out of big stuff already. I still got a lot of little stuff I can burn. I'd be... That's so weird. Oh, it's lightning. Oh, there's some lightning, heat lightning going on. I was so confused for a minute. Yeah, I'd love to like visit other YouTubers and stuff and kind of chill out. Like Lucky Thrives or Nate, people like that, or the Ghost Town guy. I know you're talking about. I haven't watched a lot of his videos. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. The problem is they all live very far away, and I don't have a vehicle, and now I have a dog, and I don't want to walk across the country with a Malinois. She would love it, but oh, that'd be a challenge. I love a good challenge, but walking across the country with a Belgian Malinois, that's where I draw the line. That's too much. Hello, welcome to the chill stream. I really hope y'all can hear the crickets. They're real loud for me, and it's just so peaceful. Chat away, my friend. I'll be here for a minute. Unless my phone overheats. That's always the thing that gets me. Thanks to some of you lovely people, I was able to get a small little generator that I can plug into my solar panel. And so now I have so much more electricity I can burn through, so I can actually go live more often. Before I just had a little battery bank, and it was nice, but you know, it only lasted the day it charged. Oh, North Florida by Pensacola. Okay. I've walked through there. What's the place north of there? Milton, Florida, I believe it is. Yeah. I know about where you're at. Any tips? Stay away from Mobile, Alabama. If you're gonna go west, you know, you're probably gonna have to go through Mobile, but just go right through it. Don't spend a night there. Other than that, there isn't really any bad places. Really? That's a little shocking. I never had any problems up around Milton. But I wasn't there very often, or for very long. Milton was kind of from Panama City Beach going west. I just kept walking, so I was never in the town for more than a day. That's a shame. Well, Mississippi, Alabama, I don't have a lot of experience in because, like I said, I just went right through Mobile and got into Mississippi. Mississippi aren't bad. You're gonna get stopped by police a few times, but you know, as long as you cooperate, they ain't gonna mess with you. Ooh, ooh, that one's tough. Yeah, having pups with you. I never walked or traveled with dogs except for when I was living out of a van for about 6 months. Are you planning on going north? Because summer's about to hit and you do not want to be in that area during the summer. Like, it's doable. I've been in Florida the past 2 years during summers, but it's brutal. And especially if you have dogs, it's not good for them. Lulu, when I had Lulu, she actually had a heat stroke at one point. It scared the heck out of me. And we weren't even traveling. She was just, you know, on the property. Yeah, I'd probably go north if you could. Maybe go to Georgia. Oh, Missouri. Okay. Missouri's not a bad place. I was never walked in Missouri, but I stayed in there in a van for about a week. So Missouri wasn't bad for me. Weather was decent. I don't know how they are with tornadoes. That's something to check on. Yeah, if you're going straight north to Missouri from the Pensacola area. I haven't really been on that route on foot, just passing through in a van. Yeah. You keep your head down, low profile, things you are probably already know. You know, if cops stop you, want to talk to you, just be honest with them, don't give them any trouble. But in my experience, as long as you cooperate with police and you tell them you're passing through, they're just going to be like, oh, okay, he's going to be gone in a day or so, so let's just not do anything about it. You know what I mean? Because they don't want to lock you up in jail or something, and then you stay in that town for, get out and stay in that town for months on end. They don't want that. They'd prefer it if you just kept walking, so, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you like that. So I'm actually going to take all the videos I've recorded and edit them into like one giant, I guess, movie, you could say. And I'm going to throw in just a bunch of pictures and videos and stuff into it. Because I've got so much stuff I could show. I just didn't have the time to do it into these short videos because I wanted to kind of pump them out really quickly to make sure I stuck with it this time. Because I have a very bad habit of starting YouTube and then, getting another job and just working and ignoring YouTube. What makes you want to go to Missouri out of curiosity? Just because of the weather? So I don't exactly have land. Right now, I'm at a buddy's property. He lets me live here rent free basically. In exchange, I kind of do what I'm doing now and clear it out a little bit. There's a lot of brush and stuff that needs burned. Just in case we're in Florida, it gets really hot and dry. If a wildfire were to happen, this entire forest would go up because there's so much brush. So I'm trying to get all that burned for him in exchange. I get to live here. And then I'm possibly going up to Tennessee because another buddy of mine has land and we're going to do the homestead thing. Eventually I'm going to get my own plot of land. But right now it's not a big deal. Missouri would be good for you. The weather's a lot more manageable, I'll say that. Yeah, I wish I could help you more. I never walked north like that. I just passed through it in a van. But I remember it wasn't super hot. We left Florida. It was like 100 degrees. And then I remember we went through Missouri, and it wasn't too bad. It was still hot, but it wasn't too bad. And then by the time we got to like North Dakota, it was 100 degrees again. And there were like tornadoes everywhere. I think we got hit with like 4 tornadoes within a week. It's ridiculous. That's in North Dakota. So yeah, Missouri, from my limited experience, it's not super hot. I don't know what the winters are like. Parts of Arizona is very hot. If you go like in the south part of Arizona, like Phoenix, for example, That's very hot, but if you go up to Flagstaff, Arizona, it's actually pretty cool. I mean, it's like a 20-degree difference in Flagstaff compared to like Phoenix. So, if Arizona would be a place you really want to go to, and you can, get there, obviously, it's going to be very hard for you. But Flagstaff would be the place you'd want to go. And it's not like, Phoenix, where it's all desert and stuff. There's trees, there's running water. That's where Sedona, Arizona, where we went like cliff jumping and stuff like that. Yeah, the Flagstaff, Sedona area, quite cool. It's still summer temperature, but you're not going to be blasted with like 110-degree weather. Sedona is beautiful. Sedona is one of the most beautiful areas I've been to. It really is. I don't know how it is if you're homeless. I just went there on a trip with Ying. So, we were quote unquote homeless for like 3 days in Sedona and lived out of a car. But yeah, the landscape's beautiful. The weather is beautiful. There's so much stuff to see. There's so much stuff to see. Yeah, the state parks are nice. That's where I don't know if you saw the video, but we walked around a mountain, and there were like native, quote unquote, houses built into the mountain. Sorry, there is a donkey screaming at the moment. I don't know if y'all can hear it. So yes, I tried to like research historical spots and also like trails and everything. Sometimes things were a little too far out of the way and it didn't make sense. And sometimes it did make sense. Like Thurmond, West Virginia, for example, was an old ghost town in West Virginia that I really wanted to go to. And I mean, I added like 3 days to my trip and walked an extra 50, 60 miles and backtracked just to go to Thurmond. And it was kind of a letdown, I'm not going to lie. It was a ghost town, but they turned it into a tourist attraction. And then I decided to sleep in the ghost town thinking, I'm going to sleep in a ghost town. It's going to be awesome. And then, like, in the middle of the night, 3 teenagers just showed up, and they were chill. But I'm just thinking, like, this is supposed to be a ghost town. Why are there so many people here? But it was nice. You're from Mobile, Alabama? Okay, tell me if I'm being too hard on Mobile. Is it a sketchy place? Or did I just have a very weird feeling for no reason? I need to know. Because nothing like bad happened in Mobile. It was just, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I said it so many times. But nothing bad happened there. It just, while walking through, it felt a little sketchy. So yeah, tell me if I was just being paranoid. And I'm gonna add some wood to this fire real quick. Okay. I'm glad to be proven wrong on that then. Now, I'm always happy to be proven wrong when I think a place is sketchy, but it turns out it's not. I just, I remember going to, maybe I just hit like a bad part of town or something. I remember like going to a convenience store and everything was like behind iron bars, like the cashier and everything. And I was thinking, oh geez, it seems like this place maybe gets robbed a lot. That's good then. I'm happy. I'm happy to be proven wrong on that. I give you my word. I will go back to Mobile at some point and I will try and experience it for what it is. Like I said, I didn't have anything bad happen to me there. Just had a really weird feeling. It's a decent little fire. I gotta be careful because there's brush on both sides of it, so I can't go too crazy. You're leaving for Tennessee on Monday, aren't you? Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, man. When you get up there, send me some pictures and try and figure out if there's any water sources close by that have fish. I hate fish. I absolutely hate the taste of fish, but if I gotta eat fish to survive, I will make a lot of fish jerky. I'm not sure when I'm gonna be going up to Tennessee. Yeah, I wanna try and get a lot more of this cleared out. People here have been good to me, so I want to make sure the land's really nice and all clean. No possibilities of wildfires happening. Hello, David. That would be dope. Chickens would be dope. And I believe you said you did your research on what chickens lay best. What's the plan for feeding the chickens? Are you going to buy feed or are you going to try and make like a maggot farm out of like compost and stuff? Yeah, I'm hoping. Here's what my ultimate goal is. So I'm gonna go up to Tennessee, help my buddy out with getting a little homestead going, per se. But eventually, what I'd love to do is get a van and just do like mini documentaries on fascinating places in the United States. Like, just go from town to town, finding fascinating stories and stuff. Free range can work. You just got to be a little careful. Um, I've never had experience with chickens running away. I had chickens on the last property I stayed at in Florida. I had a lot of chickens, like 70 or 80, and they were free roam, and they stayed close by. But then we got geese, and they ran away. Are you gonna build a coop right away? Because ideally, you'd want a small little coop, not necessarily to keep them in all day long, but so they can go in and lay eggs. Just get like some buckets or something with some straw, stuff like that. That's what I did with the free range chickens on the other property. Ducks are gonna be hard, man. Um, just because they will fly away. But again, it can be done. We brought 4 ducks to the last property I was at, and within 2 days they left, and we had a giant pond. Like a giant is basically a lake. For a shower, honestly, I just buy one of those. Calm down, fire. I just buy one of those little solar showers. That's what I got. It works amazing. As for toilet, little outhouse, do you good. Yeah, like my setup is just a little solar shower. And if you want privacy, you can just put up some tarps. Oh, I can hear Jade barking at the coyotes. They're around. Any plans for what your shelter is going to be like? Like, are you going to build a log cabin or? Traveling on a mule. I don't know the first thing about traveling with a mule or on a mule. I've never even ridden a horse. That is one skill that has escaped me in my 34.5 years of life. I am in Florida at the moment. So I've been in Florida off and on for 2 years now. So I came into Florida in, was it 2024-ish, I think? Yeah, 2024. Then I went to Kentucky, then North Dakota, Tennessee, Washington State, and then back to Florida in a van. I was in a van with a buddy and 5 dogs. It was a crazy experience that I'm happy I get to talk about in the next video. And then I came into Florida again in 2025-ish. I've been living on a buddy's property ever since. I went up to New York for about 2 months to work a roofing gig, construction. Came back. So yeah, I've been in Florida off and on quite a while. I'm ready to get out. I spent 2 summers here. I don't want to make it a third. It's kind of a dugout shelter. That'll work. It'll keep you cool. Because Tennessee does get very hot. I remember we went from Florida to Tennessee in the van, and it was hotter in Tennessee than it was in Florida. I don't understand how that was a thing, but that was a thing. Although we were on the eastern side. No, we were kind of in the middle of Tennessee. I can't remember the town we stayed in. We stayed at a campsite for about 2 weeks. Yeah, Tennessee does get hot. The only problem I can see with a log cabin is it kind of wastes a lot of wood. You know, if you got a fro or old style, you could use railroad spikes as wedges to split the wood into boards. You can save on wood and build a house that way. But also a log cabin will insulate better because the wood's thicker. It just kind of depends how much wood is on the property, and you know, if you're gonna sell the timber, I personally would not sell the timber. You know, if you have to, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive, obviously. You know what I mean? But ideally, you'd want to save the timber for either building materials or, you know, winters in Tennessee get quite cold. I'm sure you're gonna have a wood stove. And if there's other people up there like me, I'm going to need a wood stove in my place. And so, right there, that's 2 wood stoves going all day, every day, all winter. You're going to need a lot of wood for that. So, I know the property's quite big, relatively speaking, so I'm sure you got a lot of wood up there, but, that wood needs to last years and years before, hopefully you make enough money to get another property, and then you can subsidize and get wood from there and all that good stuff. Yeah. If you're building into the mountain, I don't know if you want to go full logs. But if you're going to use it as a basement, maybe you do. Yeah, if you're going to use, eventually you have that as a basement, maybe full logs is the better idea for the foundation. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. You just got to be careful because wood is a limited resource. So, but you understand that, of course, which is a good thing. So, in the beginning, it was the sense of freedom, especially after like the first couple weeks of traveling. It was all about the freedom. These days, it's more about the tranquility, I guess you could say. Like right now, just being out in the middle of the woods, listening to the crickets, listening to the coyotes howl. It's just so peaceful. I don't have any stress. Even, on the bad days, we all have bad days, and sometimes stress does get to me. But the stress is nothing like the stress when I was, working 12 to 16 hours in the kitchen. It's a different kind of stress. And it's a lot easier for at least me to handle. I don't have to worry about making rent or anything. Like as long as I get enough money or, if I don't have money, catch my own food, that's it. And of course feed Jade. Jade comes first. Yeah. Yeah, freedom from stress. Like I said, it's, there's stressful days, obviously, but it's a different kind of stress. Well, it's not, oh, am I going to make enough money to pay my rent? It's, am I going to catch a fish today? If I don't catch a fish today, well, it's fine. I can catch a fish tomorrow. And if I don't catch a fish at all, well, I always keep a few dollars in my back pocket and work some gigs. I can go out and buy some cheap food like some ramen or something. And of course, I'm not in the city. There's no cars, no horns honking, nothing like that. Just crickets and coyotes, occasionally a bear, but only black bears down here. They don't bother you. No alligators on this property, but those alligators on the last property I was on, they don't bother you either. Yeah, the dog's coming. Jade has to go wherever I go. That's why I originally asked you if, dogs, pets were allowed. Jade's never leaving my side. I'm doing pretty good. Is this the Butch Browning I know, or are you a random Butch Browning? Are you Butch from, West Virginia? Oh, that's dope, man. Ah, what's up? I have not seen or talked to you in, my goodness, since I left from Morgantown in like 2014, I think it was. I hope you're doing good. Wow, it was 12 years ago when I moved to Morgantown. Time flies. Oh, definitely. For sure. Yeah. I don't know when I'm going to be up there next time. I'm kind of avoiding Cumberland because I had bad experiences in Cumberland. Yeah. If you're still in I don't want to say where you're from, but the area where you used to live, I'll definitely stop by. Yeah, I remember working at Rock at I remember working there. That was a good job. Yeah, all the supervisors and bosses were really good. I got out of there before they were bought out. I don't remember who bought them out, Golden Gaming or something, or there was a merger. So I don't know what it's like now. Oh, you're still working there. Awesome. I hope everything's going good. It was a good place to work when I left. I only left because I wanted to get out of Cumberland. Just wanted to move on, go somewhere fresh. But yeah, of all the jobs I've had, that's probably the second favorite job I've had. Wow, it has been like 13 years. Yeah, because I started like a few months after you did because you got me the job. Oh, you're not there now? Okay. Am I satisfied with the amount of donations? Oh, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I'm good when it comes to that kind of stuff. Worst case scenario, like I still work. I got places down here in this area I can just go work, be it construction or tree work. I got some buddies who own some tree companies, basically cleaning up trees and everything. I can go work for them for a day, make $100 a day if I need to. Yeah, I always try to say, if you can't donate, don't worry about it. Like, I've been surviving for 5 years now, just on, myself. So I appreciate it, and it does help a lot. Like, I was able to buy this nice little solar generator, and now I can live stream more. So it helps out. I really appreciate it, but I'll survive regardless. Oh, you work in a dispensary. Are you working in... I'm not going to ask. I think I have a pretty good idea where that dispensary is. I think I know the one you're working at. Construction skills? Um, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm a pro and I'm the best you're going to find, but I can build a house, right? Like, it might take me a little longer than a professional to make sure everything's done right, but I can build a house that will withstand anything but a tornado. I actually built a little shack out of just sticks at my other property in Florida, and we had Hurricane Helene hit. Still standing. Trailer's all blown away. That little house made of sticks, it's still standing to this day. See you later, Butch. Be safe, friend. Glad to hear from you. Eventually here, probably sometime next week. It's in the video plans. One of my videos is going to be like a tour of the current camp setup I got here. And you'll be able to see, I built like a little A-frame out of like recycled metal and just tree branches. And I also built a little dog kennel, which was originally going to be a shack that I live in. But now it's just a dog kennel, and it's just a dog kennel I live in. Building ain't a problem, especially primitive building. I saw that you were getting the auger. I've used that exact auger and that exact saw. I bought the same exact set and used that to construct my little shack on the other property. It was nothing like what you want to build, but it was just thrown together in like 3 days just for some shelter. It was more of a bushcraft thing because I was doing the bushcrafting thing at the time. And I've also got a few tools. I got a circular saw. I got a chainsaw. This is some other odds and ends. I originally wanted to build a proper cabin on that property, but ended up getting my 3 dogs, Lulu, Raven, and Simpa. Then I just moved into the RV, took care of them, and I was too happy to really do anything. That sounds kind of weird, but I was just content with life. I had steady work, 3 dogs, and an RV with a nice soft bed, and I just kind of hung out, enjoying life. Do not underestimate the power of a furrow, my friend. If you can find a cheap one while you're up there, jump on it. It's the one tool I've always wanted, and it was never the right time to buy it. But if you're going to be building stuff, furrow's what you want, just for shingles. Well, let's see if I can find enough wood to throw in this barrel. Oh. No. Hey, Georgia friend. I've been on the Florida-Georgia line for about 2 years now. Georgia's a great state. See you later. Be safe. Oh, burn barrels are the most amazing thing. It makes clearing out all the brush on the property so easy without the risk of starting a forest fire. Might have thrown a little too much wood into it that time, but it's gonna be all good. Yeah, this burn barrel is what's kept me warm the entire winter. I built a dog kennel for Jade, but I didn't put a roof on it. And I figured, well, you know what? I'll just throw the burn barrel in the dog kennel, sleep in there, and burn all night long. Just let the heat radiate off the metal. Kept me nice and toasty all winter. Sometimes they got too hot. Burn barrels push out a lot of heat. I do not have an RV. The RV, it wasn't my RV, but the RV I was living in was my buddy's. It didn't run at all. It didn't run or nothing. It was basically just a place on the property I could sleep at. I'm hoping to eventually get a van though. Nothing fancy. Not like a Sprinter or something. Like, that's too expensive for me. Just something like a Chevy Express. Them things run forever. I am amazed that my phone is tolerating this heat while live streaming and charging at the same time. My old phone, it would have done died by now. Just the slightest hot temperature while live streaming, it's just like, nope, we're not doing this. I'd take a Florida Explorer. Heck, I'd take a Honda Civic at this point. I'd make a Honda Civic work. Live in it with a dog. I'd make it work. But yeah, that's the kind of long-term goal. Just get a vehicle. Just travel the country. Other than I need to get a driver's license. Mine expired back in 2021, and I just never renewed it. I didn't have a way to renew it because you need 2 forms of residence, and it's hard to prove you're a resident when you're homeless. So, I just never renewed my driver's license. There's ways around it, but I just never really cared enough. Yeah, it's a little bit of a headache. It's all good. I ain't too worried about it. I've gone 5 years of without any ID, so I've gotten by just fine. 4 years without an ID. Oh, yo, I've been good. Outlaw music. Is this who I think it is? I'm gonna say tree service without giving away too much information. Oh, it'd be dope if YouTube took off and made some real money. If not, it's all good. I mean, even right now, I'm making enough money to survive. And again, I ain't scared to work, so even if YouTube doesn't work out, I've always got jobs to do and yada yada yada. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you had a cold night, man. It sucks being unprepared. I've been there. But at least you got through it, and I'm sure you learned a couple valuable lessons. I know every time I made a mistake, I was unprepared for something, you know, always learn something from it. You just got to be a little bit better every day. That's the thing. Just just a tiny bit better every single day, and soon you'll be great. Oh, Outlaw. I don't want to say your real name just in case you don't want anyone to know. Uh, were you here earlier when I was talking about going up to Tennessee? Yeah. I am probably going up to Tennessee very, very soon. Not very, very soon, but probably within the month. Buddy got a piece of property. He wants to build some houses, make a little farm. Figured it'd be fun. And I really don't want to spend another summer in Florida. Too hot. Winters are nice. Even winters are a little hot. But no more summers. Jade's still doing good. Jade ended up being a real good pup. I do not have your number. I got a new phone, and for some reason, I lost like all my contacts. I do not know why. Like, they should have been saved to my Google account. That's why I haven't gotten into contact. So my number's still the same. If you want to text me, then I'll have your number again. Yeah, Jade's doing so good. She didn't grow up to be all that big. You know, she's not the size of like Scooby or Callie. But honestly, that's kind of a good thing. She's just one of those forever puppies. I hope you still have, oh, what was her name? Onyx. I believe Onyx was the one you kept. Whew. Oh no, I hope that didn't happen. I'm sorry. Favorite part of Florida? That question can be taken two different ways. Um, the people, honestly. All the people in Florida have been good to me. Whether I've been in the situation I am now where, I'm on a buddy's property and just chilling, or, when I was passing through and just walking. People have always been good to me here in Florida. Oh man, that sucks. Oh, that's rough, man. I'm real sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm real sorry to hear that, dude. Man. I hope you get better. I don't even know what to say. Oh, that's a difficult question to answer. Like, honestly, Florida feels like West Virginia to me. Minus the mountains, of course. But I mean, up in West Virginia, I had people inviting me into their home to eat. Down here in Florida, yeah, a guy inviting me on his property to live. It's just, yeah, both places amazing. Amazing people. Showman's Bluff, Georgia. Dead Center, Coastal Georgia. That does not ring a bell. I don't think I've been there. Whenever I came into Georgia, I came in both times. I came in from Savannah And I basically walked diagonally. Well, no, the second time I went more south. But no, I don't think I've ever been into Shellman's Bluff. It doesn't ring a bell. I feel raindrops. It's not supposed to rain. Florida's like a vacation coming from Minnesota. Oh, I bet it is. For me, Minnesota would be like a vacation from Florida. Nice and cool. Well, I'm sure it's probably still cold up there this time of year, but I do better in the cold. Like if I'm cold, I can just start a fire and just chill. I'm happy. When it's 100 degrees out, I hope there's a river around. Oh yeah, I try to avoid all the violence and negativity as well. That's why I don't normally go through cities. I, if I have to go through a city, I walk straight through. I never spend a night in the city. It's just, it's not that people in cities are bad. It's that there are more people in cities, so the bad eggs kind of stand out. You know, if you have more people, it's more likely, one of them is going to be a bad egg. So I try to avoid the cities. I lived in Morgantown for from 2015 all the way to 2020, about 5 years. And I am sad to say I don't think I know what you're talking about. The Emma Kaufman camp. It's not ringing a bell to me. I'm gonna have to look that up tonight. I'm I'm literally writing that down in my notepad right now. Maybe I did, and I'm just not thinking the name. Like the name's just not ringing a bell. But yeah, I explored the 5 years I was in Morgantown. I explored a lot of places. Ravens Rock and Cooper's Rock were like my go-to places. I had a mountain bike at the time, and I would bike like 10 miles to Ravens Rock, at least once a month, just to hang out there. Oh, that's rough. I've I'm sorry that experience happened to you. I've never had an experience like that, fortunately. Yeah, I'm definitely sorry that happened to you. That would that would definitely scare the heck out of me. Oh, good, you can actually hear the crickets and the other bugs. Yeah, it's really nice. Speaking of bugs, the one thing I don't think Florida has? Lightning bugs or fireflies, whatever you call them. Up north, the entire sky is bright with fireflies. Down here in Florida, I can't think if I've ever seen one. I don't think I've ever seen one. I just realized how wild that is. Obviously, I know it's early in the season, but even last year and the year before that, I don't remember ever seeing fireflies. Okay, I know where Cheat Lake is. Yeah, I've been to Cheat Lake. Uh, I must have gone there, and the name is just escaping me. I remember when I first set off on my trip, I walked through Cheat Lake. That was one of the destinations I wanted to go to. Fireflies come out in April? Fair enough. I just don't remember seeing them last year at all. And I am in a very rural area. I am out there in the woods. I think like the closest city to me is like 10 miles away, and it's a city of like 200 people. The most peaceful moment. Well, I got two answers because one of them probably isn't what you're looking for. The first thing that popped into my mind was living inside the RV with my three dogs and just sleeping in bed with all three of them just jumping on top of me trying to sleep. And the second one that comes to mind is also a dog with Jade. I passed this entire winter. Yeah, I built Jade a dog kennel, and I put the burn barrel in there, no roof on the dog kennel. And me and Jade have been sleeping in there, just next to the fire, staying warm. And she just jumps up in my lap and sleeps in my lap, and it's probably the most peaceful. Another one that comes to mind is in West Virginia. This one's going to sound a little crazy. I talked about this in one of my videos. In West Virginia, I hiked a trail and I came to a cliff, and I basically set my hammock up like it was a tent, and I camped like right on the edge of the cliff. I mean, I was probably like 5 feet away from falling 400 feet to my death. And I zipped up my bug net and I slept there, and I woke up to the sun rising on the edge of the cliff. It was so majestic. It was so peaceful. So yeah, there's a few answers to that. Location wise, oh, I didn't even read that. Yeah, Florida with my dogs, obviously, and then West Virginia, as I said, on top of that cliff face. California, like Eastern California. western Arizona, where there's like no towns and like no light pollution, and as you just see the stars. And if you've never been in a place where there's no light pollution, I cannot describe how the stars look. Even if you're, 50 miles, 100 miles away from a small city, that still produces so much light pollution. But out in like the middle of the desert, the stars are just amazing. Like, it's insane. It's really insane. Really bad blisters and sore legs. Okay, I'm going to help you out here. I'm going to teach you how to never get blisters on your feet ever again. Wear 2 sets of socks. So what happens is the thing that causes blisters is friction. It's your skin rubbing against the sock. If you wear 2 sets of socks, if you're in a hot climate, I'd recommend like nylon or polyester socks. That way they won't you won't sweat as much and they'll wick away the sweat. But wear like 2 sets of socks, and what happens is the socks rub up against each other instead of your foot, and that will stop you from getting blisters. I learned this after about 1,000 miles of walking, and I was so mad I didn't know it from the start. As for sore legs, it depends. It depends on the type of person you are, and it depends on where you are. Here's the thing. For me, when I got sore, if I was at a spot I could kind of chill out for a few days, I'd do it. If the place wasn't a perfect spot I could chill out, I just push through the pain. But that's just me. And obviously, you don't want to push through the pain all the time, because that's how you cause injury. But if you're in a place where you can kind of set up for a day or two, yeah, chill out, let your legs rest. Don't risk pulling a muscle or something. Don't make a sore leg into a bigger problem. You've always wanted to visit West Virginia? It's a beautiful state. It is, admittedly, probably the poorest state in the country, and you will notice that when you drive through the small towns. But people are so good. Landscape's beautiful. Yeah. The amount of trails you can walk, and it's just so great. But yeah, it is. For people outside the state of West Virginia, I can see them coming in and holy crap, these people do not have money. And there are some quirky places in West Virginia. We got one place. It's by the. It's close to the. I think it's called the Greenbrier Satellite. Is someone correct me if I'm wrong? But basically, at the Greenbrier Satellite, you're not allowed to have any like cell phones or anything like that because it interferes. Did I say satellite? Yeah, it's a satellite. Anyway, you're not allowed to like have cell phones or anything. But in the neighboring towns there, they take it one step further, and like nobody has electricity because people in that area believe that electricity causes like a disease or something like that. And so that's wild to like walk through an entire town where electricity is basically non-existent. Pushing isn't always hard. You just got to be careful. Yeah, obviously, if you're in a bad spot, yeah, you gotta kind of push through it. But like I said, you don't want a sore muscle to become a torn muscle. I remember. Oh my goodness! I never told the story in my Texas video. Okay. Well, I remember the story. I'm gonna need to tell for the YouTube people. I was in Texas. I have no idea where it was, but I remember it was Texas. And I was walking, and my back was sore, and I just wanted to keep going, right? And so I'm walking, and here's the thing, I have a sciatica, and it flares up every now and then, and my back was hurting, but I kept walking, I kept pushing, and all of a sudden my sciatica kicked in. And if anybody knows about sciatica, like has sciatica, you know that you can't walk when that happens, when your nerve gets pinched, when your sciatic nerve gets pinched. I remember I was just on the side of the road. I couldn't walk, and I literally crawled down a hill. I didn't even take my backpack off. I just laid on my back with my backpack still on, and I slept there that night. Couldn't move, couldn't get anywhere else. I crawled away from the road so nobody could see me, and I just laid down, and I basically slept like that. And I had to stay in that spot for like 3 straight days because I just couldn't walk. That was wild. I just remembered that story. I think on the second day I managed to get to a drainage pipe. It was kind of like an underpass, a drainage pipe in Texas. Texas, they're all over the place. And I got in there, and I slept there for like 2 more nights, and oh, that was a rough time. So yeah, don't push yourself too much, or that happens. If I owned land, I would 100% build a cabin. I am torn between getting a plot of land and just doing the homestead thing and just getting a van and go exploring. Right? It's like having two different passions and you got to pick between one. So yeah, like I think what I would want to do, like if I could have in the perfect world where I can do whatever I want to do, I'd buy like a 5 acre plot of land and a van, and I would work on that plot of land in the wintertime because it's easy to work outdoors in the winter, and then during the summertime, hop in the van and just go explore the country. Like that would be the perfect world. Yeah, I do really want to build a proper cabin. For the past like 2 years, I've been telling myself I'm gonna build a cabin, and finally, after I worked up at New York this year, I made some good money, and I got a really nice chainsaw, and I never built the cabin, and I don't know why. Still got the chainsaw. It's a beast of a saw. But yeah, cabin. I want to build one, just like I said, build one. Like, I built other stuff. I built like a little A-frame house shed thing here on this property. And then I built an oversized dog kennel that has basically become my house, but not a proper cabin. Oh, the fire's kind of died down. I might as well keep live streaming. Might as well keep going for a little while. Let me try and add some stuff to this fire. Oh, that headlamp is always so bright. That should do it for a little while. Hopefully that fire will get going a little bit. I don't want to put too much in it. Because even after I'm done live streaming, I'm going to have to kind of chill here for a minute and make sure nothing bad will happen. It's a cool night at least. Quite often, actually. Like, I almost always turned them down. The only time I ever accepted a ride was when I was backtracking. Or, after I had walked across the country and I just wanted to get on the American Discovery Trail. But no, people would always just stop. You want to ride? Yeah. People always tried to be helpful. Iowa. I drove through Iowa. Last year, me and a buddy were in a van and we drove up to Washington State. Iowa was very nice, very lovely state. Didn't stay in there very long. We just passed through in a single day, but lovely state. I do not smoke the marijuana. I have not smoked marijuana in, I was 21 years old the last time, I think. So 13 years I have not smoked marijuana. I do unfortunately smoke cigarettes. That is a horrible habit. I quit for a while. And then in Cumberland, Maryland, when I started drinking, I started smoking again. And I just haven't kicked the habit. Yeah, no weed, no alcohol now. Well, I have like a beer every now and then, but no liquor. Never liquor. Ever, ever, ever. Under no circumstance will I ever take even another shot of liquor. Yeah, it's good to throw away the cigarettes. I wish you luck, my friend. I quit, and I stayed quit for 3-ish years. It was nice. Whew. What time is it? Oh my goodness, it's 11 o'clock. I've been streaming for 2 hours. I can go longer. It's super peaceful out here. I haven't heard the coyotes in a while. So when I was homeless and I was traveling, I very rarely did I have a fire using wood and stuff. So I made a little hobo heater out of cotton balls, rubbing alcohol, and a sterno can. And I could just light that up, and that would put off a good bit of heat for a couple hours. I use that to cook with, and in a pinch, use it as an emergency heater. It's just because I didn't want to make a regular fire and have smoke and alert people. I was always very careful about alerting people. Yeah. Especially if I'm camping out for the night, I don't want to be seen. Unless I'm on like an actual trail, of course. Like if I'm on like a section of the Appalachian Trail, for example, and there's a fire pit, then yeah, I'll start a regular fire. That ain't no problem because that's to be expected in a place like that. But in a place where fires are not normally lit, I don't do wood fires. Just alcohol fires. If you got a tarp and one of those alcohol heaters, you can basically turn your tarp into like a little enclosed tent. And with the alcohol heater, the flame doesn't rise up too much, and it'll warm up your little tarp tent. You just got to be careful, make sure it is breathable, or else you could get like carbon monoxide poisoning. So that's one way to do it. Just kind of set your tarp up so basically there's always a doorway because you want the carbon monoxide to be able to leave the tent tarp very easily because carbon monoxide poisoning is no joke. You can't, you won't even know it's happening and then you'll just be done. There was a story, I remember reading about it in some article. A homeless guy was using like an alcohol heater inside of a tent and it wasn't vented and he ended up dying from it. I think it was an alcohol. It was some kind of heater. It was some kind of heater he used inside of a tent, and it put out carbon monoxide, poisoned him, and he did not make it. So yeah, always be careful of that. Yes, you definitely need something to sleep on top of. I walked from West Virginia to Florida and then from Florida to Mississippi without a sleeping pad. And then I finally broke down and I bought one of those folding foam sleeping pads from Walmart. They're like $10. Best investment I ever made. Like even that little foam, that thin foam, made such a huge difference when sleeping on the ground. I think I was using cardboard before then. I think I had like a folded up piece of cardboard. I remember there's a couple pizza boxes. Yeah, I carried around like two pizza boxes that were like folded up, and I would unfold them, and that was like my shield against the ground for the longest time. And then I realized this is stupid to carry 2 pizza boxes around with me. I'm just gonna get a phone, sleeping bad. Oh, I had to use my bag as a chair many a times. Oh, there's something else I didn't talk about in my videos. In Cumberland, Maryland, I had actually gotten a new bag, and it was an external frame bag. I'd never hiked with an external frame bag before, never owned one. Didn't know if I was gonna like it. Ended up being one of my, it ended, yeah, excuse me. It ended up being one of my favorite bags. And one of the reasons was because it had an external frame, it was so rigid, I could just stand it up and sit on it, almost like a chair. You know, I wasn't having to crouch or squat. I was just a regular chair sitting down. It was so nice. I still have that bag. Yeah, I learned external frame bags. For me personally, I know everybody has their own personal preference. That's probably what I'll use forever now. Like they're a little heavy. The bag I got, it's a little heavy because you know all of the frame is aluminum, but it's just so comfortable. If you get the correct type of bag, yes. Even an internal frame bag will really help with shoulder and spine compression. The biggest thing is with the waist strap. That's what you need. Get a bag with a good waist strap, and you got to kind of play with it. It's very hard to kind of explain over audio how this works, but you know, basically what happens is with the waist strap, you strap it around your waist, and at that point, your hips are carrying all the weight. Like if you feel weight in your shoulders or on your back, then your pack's not, it's not seated correctly. All of the weight should be resting on your thighs. I found it's much easier to do with an external frame pack. With a frameless pack, it's so difficult. I couldn't make it work for me. But I know a lot of people like frameless packs. So, you know, whatever works for you. A van is the dream. One day it'll happen. Like, the biggest thing stopping me from getting a van or getting a plot of property is that I am just so at peace and happy, and I'm not really struggling. Like, struggle is good, but I just haven't been. I've become a little complacent. But hopefully, when I go up to Tennessee, that'll change. Yeah, van would be dope. I don't even need an expensive van or something special. Like I see a lot of people, they do the whole van life thing with like big sprinters and stuff like that. Or what's the Dodge one? I don't remember. Dodge makes one of those big vans. ProMaster. That's it. And I don't even need that. Like just a little Chevy Express 1500. That would be amazing. Jobs ain't really a big problem for me. But, you know, I just work every once in a while. You know, I'll get a job doing roofing on a house or something like that. And I'll work on that, get it done with some guys for a week or so, and take a break. You know, I'm not doing the 9 to 5, 40 hours a week thing. It's just every once in a while thing. But as long as I make enough money for Jade to have food and for me to have a little bit of food, I'm all good. Oh, I hear what you're saying now. My bad. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. That's my bad. I'm normally not up this late, so I am a little out of it. That's one thing about being homeless that nobody talks about. You really get into a circadian rhythm. Not necessarily if you're homeless, just if you're living without electricity and such. You get into that circadian rhythm, and like by 8 p.m., I just want to pass out. Like it's dark, and my body's just like, all right, there's no light, you got to go to sleep. And then you know, I naturally wake up at like 6 a.m., and I've never been a morning person in my life. But I just naturally wake up at 6 a.m., and my body's like, okay, the sun's coming up. Here's all the energy. So yeah, and it's like 11 o'clock right now. I am never up this late. But Florida's getting hotter, and I don't feel like working in 100-degree weather. Especially, you know, burning things in 100-degree weather. So I'm probably gonna need to get in the habit of working at night, staying up a little late, and making this fire do what I need it to do. Oh, excuse me. Yes, if you are, you know, living outside, no electricity, you know, obviously you get artificial light from your phone, but even then, your body it gets into a rhythm. It's very nice. As I said, I've never been a morning person, but now I wake up in the morning naturally, and I got all the energy. What do I do to deal with loneliness? That is a great question. So, ever since I was like 19, 20 years old, I used to be a very big extroverted person. But ever since I was 20 years old, I kind of turned really introverted. Not super introverted, you know. It's kind of a spectrum kind of thing. But yeah, I've always just kind of preferred to be alone. So for me, like loneliness, it's not a big deal. And now I have a dog, so I'll never be lonely with her. So yeah, for me, loneliness, it's not that big of a thing. But I do know for some people who are out on the street or off grid living, whatever that situation may be, that they get lonely a lot. But like I said, for me personally, like I like being alone. And also, in today's like modern world, well, I think I might be a little different than some people. What I was gonna say is, you can always talk to somebody in today's world. Like, I'm on Telegram and I'm in a few groups, and if I want to talk to somebody, like, I can just pick up my phone and start texting to like 50 other people and have a conversation. But I know for some people that's not a real replacement for human contact. But for me, it's just fine. If I just want to talk to somebody and hang out, so to speak. There's nothing wrong with being a loner. Whatever makes you happy. For some people, happiness is having a lot of people around them, and for some people, it's not having anybody around them. And both are valid. And yeah. So on this property, I'm going to do a video on it next week about it. But on this property, I built a small little A-frame shed that I was originally sleeping in. And then I built a dog kennel for Jade. And I've just been living in the dog kennel with Jade. So, yeah, I've got shelter. I wouldn't run a hurricane. I wouldn't wait out a hurricane in either of those structures. But like a thunderstorm, they keep me dry. Moderate wind, up to like 50, 60 miles an hour, I'd be safe. But yeah, I got two little shelters. The A-frame, I think that thing would stand up to any hurricane that hit it. Like, I wouldn't risk it, but if, a magic hurricane happened and I somehow could not get off the property to somewhere with real shelter, I think that A-frame would survive pretty well. Where do I see myself in 10 years? Either in a van or on a property, in a little cabin, or both. That's kind of the goal. Get a little property for the winter time, build it up a little bit, and summertime get in the van and just keep exploring. If I could have it my way, not a whole lot will change in 10 years. That's just because I'm happy. I don't really even need a piece of property. Just a van. Travel continents? Not really. I don't know what other places are like, laws and stuff like that. It's just, I know about America, the USA, anyway, and I'm comfortable here in most places, so, maybe one day go to Europe. Europe seems beautiful, especially like like Sweden and, oh, my American is showing. I don't know what's next to Sweden. But Sweden, places up around that area, that'd be fun to travel. But if I never leave the country and I just explore the United States, this country has enough to offer for a lifetime of adventure. So, biggest go-to meal? Man. Burritos, probably. I've been eating a lot of burritos. Yeah. Burritos probably what I go for. I still eat the ramen noodles. I know they're not nutritious. I don't use the seasoning though. Right? The thing about noodles, ramen noodles, is most of the bad stuff in the ramen noodles comes from the seasoning. I do not use the seasoning. I have my own seasons that I put in the noodles. And I normally add like some meat or something to it. Like, despite, owning a restaurant and being a cook for so long, I'm not picky about what I eat. Like, I don't need to be cooking something up every night. Like, just something super simple. I'm happy about it. I don't think I'm going to the red light district anytime soon. That would not be my scene. I have not seen that movie. I am not a movie person or a pop culture person. I I very, very rarely watch movies or TV shows or even YouTube. I'm one of those people. I've just kind of broken away from all of that. Just don't. I just don't need it. Like, I can just chill out in my shed with my dog for hours on end, and that's my entertainment. Watching her just bounce off the walls and just be a little crazy tornado. That's more entertaining than any movie. When I was traveling, I never had time to watch movies. Just walking, trying to keep warm. Luckily, winter seems to be coming to an end, so it'll warm up a little bit. What kind of food did I serve at my restaurant? The best way to describe it, the way my former boss described it, was homemade fast food. So, burgers, fries, onion rings, all that kind of stuff. But I didn't buy like the frozen crap. I uh, I did it like Five Guys does. I got potatoes. I cut the potatoes up myself and brined them, double deep fried. Burgers, we did smash burgers, never frozen. Onion rings, we battered ourselves. Chicken nuggets, battered ourselves. I'm trying to think. I don't think there was anything in my restaurant that was frozen. I'm sure there's something escaping me that was frozen. But yeah, it was like homemade fast food. This is the best way to describe it. It's just like American, what the typical college American would eat. Nothing fancy. You know, we weren't trying to be a Michelin star restaurant or anything. Just a place where college students could stop off, you grab a burger, and go to class and whatnot. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. When I was in Nevada, I had to grab a hotel at one point. I didn't have to, but I was just so beat. And this was when it was like negative, I think it was negative 9 degrees. But with wind chill, it was like negative 20 something. And I was just like, you know what? Hot bath tonight. I got a motel, and I just took like an hour long hot bath. Sometimes you just got to do that. What do I use for a bed these days? I use this, like, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. It's like a reclining camp chair. It's not the most comfortable thing in the world. It's basically a camp chair that kind of folds into a cot. It's basically a cot. That's the best way to kind of describe it. And I normally sleep on that. But honestly, the quote-unquote cot is a step up from what I've slept on in the past. Other than when I had a bed in the RV. You know, I'm used to sleeping on concrete, so cot's pretty nice. Pyromancy? Absolutely. The goal is to burn the entire forest. That's only a slight exaggeration. There's like 10 acres of just brush and fallen down trees and stuff, and it all needs to be cleaned up. Vivid dreams. I think at the same rate I used to. Nothing's really changed with that. Sometimes it is, sometimes it don't. I think if anything, I dream a little less. I don't know why. But, yeah. Haven't had a lot of change in the dreams. Oh, the moon's coming up. You know, I was just thinking about the dream thing. One thing I do remember, when I was in Arizona, New Mexico, California, that area, I used to cook up a lot of cactus. And I remember, like, every time I would eat cactus, I would have, I don't know if a vivid dream would be the correct phrasing, but I would definitely dream more. I don't know if that's a thing. But that just popped into my head because I remember at one point I was texting my girlfriend at the time, like, every time I eat cactus, I dream. And it wasn't like some poisonous cactus or nothing. Like, I did my research. It was just regular, oh my goodness, I don't remember what it's called, prickly bear, something like that cactus. Common cactus that, you know, everyone eats who eats cactus. Yeah, this was just regular cactus. I like triple and quadruple checked to make sure I wasn't ingesting something poisonous. Because I'd never cooked cactus. I come from West Virginia. We don't have cacti up there. But I was really hungry. And I had seen you can just eat that stuff. Yeah, I'm almost never half asleep when I'm outside. As normally when I'm in a city, I am. Here's the thing. I always say this, and people look at me funny, but I am more comfortable in the mountains of West Virginia sleeping with the bears than I am sleeping in the city with people. Right? If I'm in the city, I got one eye open all night. If I'm in the woods with the bears, eh, black bears don't really kill people all that much. Now things might be different if I was with the grizzly bears. You know, grizzly bears, they're a little more aggressive. Never ran into a grizzly bear. Hope I never do. Like even right now, like I don't know if you can hear it because it's off in the distance, but every now and then coyotes start barking. Like I got coyotes all around me, and you know, I sleep fine at night. I've never had a coyote come up to me. I've only seen a few of them. Like actually seen, like I hear a lot, but I've only seen a few of them, and they always just scurry away. But they want no business with me. Yeah, black bears are little teddy bears. Unless you know you catch a mama with her cubs, they ain't gonna do nothing. My phone did not like whatever happened. Something happened. Yeah, well, as I was saying, I grew up in West Virginia. Black bears were everywhere. Like, as long as you don't get close to cubs, they're not gonna do nothing. Black bears basically evolved to avoid humans because, you know, they were basically almost hunted to extinction many, many years ago. The only ones that survived were the ones that ran away from humans, so it's kind of in their DNA to get away. Grizzly bear's a little different, but yeah, coyotes ain't gonna fuck, or the coyotes ain't gonna mess with you. At least, you know, I've never seen a coyote mess with me or anything like that. I hear them all around, but nah, they scurry away. Oh, that's real cool. I have not had my Disney princess moment yet where a deer walks up to me. Like they've gotten within, you know, 15, 20 feet staring at me, but I never had one walk up to me yet. I have had bears walk up to me. A bear, not plural. When I was in West Virginia, in Mount Savage, I woke up to a mama bear and two cubs, and I was just chilling in my hammock. And it's just like, ah, this is my life now. I'm just gonna sit here, not move, and hopefully they run away. Like 20 seconds later, they just took off running. That was freaky to wake up to, man. Because I woke up and I was all groggy, and I thought it was a dog. I thought it was just like, you know, a large black furred dog, and then I look closer. Oh, it's a bear cub. And then there's another bear cub next to me, and mama bear's behind me. Oh, that's nuts. Oh, that's so cool. I'm glad you got to experience that. I did have a, this doesn't really count, but I was walking a trail somewhere in West Virginia, and a mother deer and her baby were on the trail, and the baby went into like the bushes and like laid down, and the mother ran off, and the idea behind it is the mother will run away, hoping that the predator will chase her and leave the baby alone. And so I got to walk right up to the bushes, and right there's a little baby deer, scared out of its mind, looking up at me. Oh, I felt so bad. I'm scaring this little deer, and I just walked away. Hey, I'm sorry, little buddy. Oh, that's great. I'm so fortunate enough. I am on a piece of property, and there's so many deer out here. Like I will wake up in the morning, and I will walk out of my shed, and I will hear the deer just running off, and I see at least two or three deer a day. Yeah, they never walk up to me or anything, but it's just so nice to see them. Yeah, I can't do cities anymore. Uh, the biggest city I ever lived in, on like kind of a quote unquote permanent basis, was Morgantown, West Virginia. And Morgantown ain't a big city, especially when the college students are gone. It's not a bustling city at all, but even that is too much for me. Yeah, rural is definitely the way to go. There's a much more bigger sense of community. You know everybody in the town. Something happens, everyone helps you out. Something happens to your buddy, you help them out. Everyone comes together. Yeah, I couldn't imagine living in like a big city. Like I said, Morgantown's the biggest one I've ever lived in. But I'm just trying to imagine Baltimore. I've been to Baltimore. I was there for a day waiting for a bus. I could not imagine living there every single day. Like, even ignoring the crime. If you ignore obviously Baltimore has a lot of crime. You wouldn't want to live there anyway. Anyway, but even ignoring the crime, just all the noise pollution and yeah. That's so weird for someone to say that. Like, I don't know, that's so weird to hear somebody complaining about someone else smoking a cigarette. Like, I'm not saying it's right or anything, but I was smoking cigarettes when I was like 15 years old, and no one cared. Like I say, I'm not saying that's right. It's just the world, how it was back then. High school graduates, that is. Well, honestly, that doesn't surprise me. Not because it's Baltimore, but just in general, it doesn't surprise me that high school graduates nowadays are having a hard time reading. Like, yeah, I feel like the school system nowadays, it's just, I feel like the school system just wants to push people to graduate and don't actually care about making sure that they are prepared in the world, so to speak. I got very, very lucky. I went to a high school where all my teachers and all my teachers and my principal genuinely cared about the students. And, they wouldn't just graduate you. Like, you had to put in the work, and they actually taught you things. Like, our civics teacher, for example, he took like 3 weeks of our civics course in high school as seniors to talk about like investing in the stock market and bonds and how to pay your taxes and stuff like that, which apparently is not a normal thing in high schools. I didn't even know that. Like, I just assumed, when I was in high school, everyone was learning how to do that stuff. But apparently that's not the norm. So, yeah, I got really lucky to go to a high school that teachers really cared. Oh, geez, my fire. Oh yeah, investing's the way to go. Even I, in my situation, I've got a Robinhood account. I've had the Robinhood account since before I was homeless, and yeah, I got a few dollars in there. That is like basically my Robinhood account, brokerage account, is my land money for the future. I put every time I work some jobs or whatnot, I throw a little money in there, and I do not touch that money ever. I never liquidate it. I just keep saving until I got enough money for some land, or if a real good deal on a van comes my way. Yeah, I'm just looking for something cheap, but it's got to make sense, even if it's cheap. Like, there's a plot of land uh, around me, close to me, where I'm at. It's like $5,000 for an acre, which it's a good deal, but it's not what I want. I want something that has a body of water close by so I can get water easily. Obviously, away from a lot of people. Like, I'm being picky on the land when I do decide to pull the trigger and get something. I don't want to buy. I don't want to put money into something, buy it, and then start living out there. And oh, where am I going to get water from? Check out Missouri. There was a plot of land in Missouri. I really thought about pulling the trigger on it. I didn't have the money, but I was thinking, maybe I could get a loan from somewhere to get the money. But it was like 20 acres of raw land for like $15,000. It was snatched up within like 2 days. Like, Missouri has fairly cheap land for what it is. It's not the cheapest land you're going to find. But I mean, if you want cheaper than that, you're going to need to go to like Arizona or New Mexico, where you're going to be living out in the desert. And I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But for me, that wouldn't be my thing. Yeah, Missouri, you can often find deals that are pretty good, and raw land, wooded, and Missouri does not have any state building codes. So you get land in Missouri, as long as it doesn't have like a county building code, you can build whatever you want. A government ain't gonna come after you. Like, that's one of the other things I'm real big on. If I get land, I don't want the government telling me, "Oh, you're not allowed to build this here." You know what I mean? Have you ever been to the Dakotas? Yes, I have. I've been to both North and South Dakota. I worked in North Dakota for about 2 months. This was when me and my buddy were traveling via van. He got a job on a cow farm. He was taking care of the cows, and I was watching his 5 dogs. I was basically getting paid for that. We lived on an Indian reservation, or Native American reservation, excuse me. And yeah, it was pretty nice. Lived in a nice little house, lasted about 2 months. And then we left because the person he was working for wasn't the best person. Oh, you're talking to an AI robot. Oh my goodness. I have tried to call and talk to the DMV in both Florida and Georgia for the past week because I need just a regular ID, not even a driver's license, just a regular state ID. And I have had to talk to the AI robots for the DMV so much. It infuriates me. I would believe that Dakotas are probably, if they're not the coldest, they're one of the coldest. The only state I can think of that might be colder than the Dakotas is Maine. But yeah, we got up into the Dakotas around, I want to say, April. So it wasn't super cold then, but still a little chilly. The thing that really scares me about North Dakota is the amount of tornadoes. Within like a 2 week period, we got hit with like 5 tornadoes. Luckily, they didn't hit the house we were living in, of course, but they were close, like within 100 miles of us. Farmers in the Dakotas, they will protect their land. I will tell you that much. Yeah, they are. They're the type of people you do not want to make angry. So I think there is kind of an AI bubble going on because most of these companies aren't sustainable. What's going to end up happening, or at least what I think is going to happen, is it's going to be similar to the dot com boom back in the early 2000s, where it's going to blow up. It's going to blow up, and basically all of the AIs are going to kind of merge here and merge there, and we're going to end up with like 2 or 3 big AI companies that are going to basically be Google and Facebook, right? They're just going to control the space completely. And that's where, everything with AI is basically free now or cheap. That's when prices are going to be jacked up. When there's no competition, the only people using the AI is going to raise the prices for everything, which might not necessarily be a bad thing. If it ends up being more expensive to use an AI than a human, I don't think we'll ever get to that point. But if it somehow ended up being like that, that would be great. But I do think a lot of the AI companies are going to consolidate into each other. Uh, I'm gonna butcher what you just typed. Baba Vinga? I have not. You know, psychic powers. Oh, that's a funny story. I mean, getting sucked up in a tornado ain't funny. So, artificial general intelligence would actually be kind of a scary thing on a couple different levels. I don't think we'll ever get to like what's that famous movie Terminator or whatever, where you know you're gonna have Skynet and all of that. I don't think we'll ever get to that point personally. But artificial general intelligence, that would genuinely change the world. That would basically be, you know, I don't even know what to call it. It'd be a brand new revolution. Oh, we went on to a website. I don't remember the website's name. It's like Ranch Hands or that's not what it's called. It was a website specifically for people trying to find like farming jobs or jobs with horses, and we just applied to every one. And we got a call back, and he said, "Yep, come on up here and work for us." And we went up. My buddy's the one who worked on the actual farm, and I took care of all the dogs. And then we realized the guy we were working for wasn't a good farmer. I don't like to talk bad about people, but he would punch the baby calves when they wouldn't listen. And not, when I say punch, I don't mean like he corrected them in like a good way that you're supposed to. Like he would just haul off and punch them and hurt them. And I mean, my buddy would bring home like 5 dead calves a day. And we just let our dogs eat the calves. So I mean, like we got free dog food, but you know, my buddy, like he's a farm guy, and he didn't want to work for someone like that. So we packed up and we left. Yeah, buddy, he took pride in what he does, and even the money was great, but you know, morals and ethics over money. So we dipped out of there. I did not know about any kind of like land feuds or anything in the Dakotas. I never heard about that. I believe it. That should burn for a minute. Whew. I just kind of chill and, for lack of a better term, ignore all of it. I try to do right, live a nice, beautiful life, help others, and just all of that. And I let the world sort itself out, or let the Lord sort it out. I think the best thing to do is just be the best person you can be and hope that your kindness and everything spreads to other people and you kind of change the world that way. It's a slow process. That's probably the best process. Oh, wow. I've been streaming for like 3.5 hours, and my battery bank is barely even dead. Like, it's 60% still. That's really good. Yes, sometimes it's best to just not make a choice. Just, like I always tell people, just, live your life and do good by others and hope your good deeds inspire them to also do good by others, and, you know, just hope that that'll help change the world just a little bit. Right? Like, in order to change the world for the better, you don't have to do a lot. You just have to change one person's life. And then they can change one person's life, and the cycle continues. The Daytona area. Holy crap, where is Daytona? That's South Florida. No, I'm not near Daytona at all. I don't think so. I'm not good at my Florida geography. I am north central Florida. About 50 miles east of Tallahassee. Yeah, I've never like been further south than like I don't even know. Like 100 miles south of Jacksonville is probably the furthest south I've been. Not even 100 miles, 50 miles south of Jacksonville. That's the furthest south I've been, so I've not been to Daytona. I mean, even if you've done some bad deeds in your life, and everyone has, me included, just focus on start doing the good deeds now. Nobody's been a perfect saint, so. I don't think I've ever been to Myers Beach. It does not sound familiar. I am not good at naming beaches. Like, I couldn't tell you. I walked like the California beach from like San Diego almost all the way to LA. I can't tell you a single name of a beach. I can't tell you a single name of like a Florida beach other than a vague, the Jacksonville beach, the beach in Jacksonville, or the beach in. Am I still traveling? Kinda, sorta. So I came into Florida about 2 years ago. Then I did the van life thing with a buddy for a while. Went all around the country. Um, Tennessee, Kentucky, North Dakota, Washington State. Then I came back to Florida. I camped out here again for a little while, probably about 5 months. Then went up to New York for about 2 months for work. Then came back to Florida. So I kind of have a home base here in Florida, but I do still find myself traveling, just not on foot all that much anymore. Although, with that said, I am probably going to Tennessee sometime soon-ish. Hopefully within the month, but we'll find out what happens with that. So, kind of still traveling, but I got a home base, pretty much. I've actually got two places down here in Florida that I can kind of come back to. I got two friends, both own property, and both are like, yeah, just chill. Help out around the property every now and then, and just chill. Which is really cool. But I'm hoping by the end of the year I can get a van and go back to traveling kind of full time. Yeah, just load me and Jade up in the van, throw a bed in the back of it, nothing fancy, and just go forth. I really, really just want to do like mini documentaries of lesser known places around the country. Just places people's never heard of that have a lot of history behind them. That'd be really cool. I've been to a few abandoned places. They're real cool to explore. I've never been to anything like super crazy. Like, I've never explored like an abandoned hospital or anything like that. But, just some like abandoned warehouses, stuff like that. Abandoned train carts up in California. California. It was California. I was walking a railway, and there were just a bunch of old train cars just off the side of the railway, and they were torched, like somebody had burned them, burned the inside of them, and yeah, I got to explore a lot of those. That was cool. I've been to a lot of cemeteries, weirdly enough. I never seek them out, but while walking like old trails, you see like old like 1700s, 1800s cemeteries, like just out in the middle of nowhere. Nothing wrong with settling down and relaxing. You get that paid off, then you got a nice little home base you can go explore and always come back to. Nope, no human remains or anything like that. I was really worried I was going to in Arizona and New Mexico because I was walking really close to the border, and a lot of people who hop the border, they don't make it. And I remember when I was walking close to the border, I was off the beaten path, and you would just see clothes everywhere. Because what they would do is they'd hop the border and they'd ditch their backpack immediately with all their extra clothes and hop in a van to go wherever they need to go. And so, you'd walk and hundreds of shirts, hundreds of pants, backpacks everywhere, all this stuff. And I was always like, eventually I'm going to see a body, and that's going to make me sad. But luckily, I never did. So, yeah. I've never been told to get off the train tracks. I've never walked into any train yards, though. Like, I'm sure if I walked into a train yard, they would tell me to get out of there. But yeah, I've walked the train tracks so many times. I've had, oh geez, I can't think of the railroad company. But I've had the railroad company, pass by me in their little truck that rides on the rails, and they never say anything to me. Well, that sounds really cool. The abandoned houses and cemetery and everything. Almost like a mini ghost town. Yeah, that's the stuff I would love to go and see. Like, see places that have been abandoned, you know. If they got a story to it, like, tell the story about it. That'd be so much fun. You can find a lot of places in America to camp out for a bit. Like, I remember San Angelo, Texas. I found a spot, and I was working setting up trailers, like single wide trailers, double wide trailers, putting them up on foundations. And I found a place to camp out, and I stayed in that spot for like a month. You just got to know where to look. Make sure no one sees you. Make sure you're not on private property, or at least not like citizen private property. You know, like a Walmart or a forest outside of a Walmart or something. That's fine. And just, keep it clean. Don't attract attention. Yeah. You can just chill. San Diego, California. I went through San Diego, California. Probably the best big city in California. Among like the major cities, San Diego probably the best one. I really liked my time in San Diego. Wonderful city, as big cities go. A lot of nice people out there. Do I ever feel something that you can't explain, that you know is there? Besides, for God, um, I can't really think of anything. I'm not a big, like, paranormal or superstitious kind of guy. So, yeah, like, whenever I look at something in the world, I try to think of, like, the rational explanation. That's why everyone always asks me if I've had, like, paranormal experiences. And I'd love to say yes and tell a great ghost story, but I haven't had any experiences like that. The only thing that comes close to that is while walking, I found God. So that's the closest I got. Find a patch of wood and have a stealth cabin put on it. Absolutely, it's 100% possible. I know a lot of people who do it. You just need to be very, very careful. And you need to be prepared to live off the land in a way that will not attract attention. You're going to need to find, this is not advice. I should say that. This is for educational purposes only, I guess. You would need to find like a national forest, a very large national forest, and you would need to go deep into that forest where nobody goes, and you would need to build a cabin, and you know, you live there. You bow hunt for your food, or you fish, and that's what you would have to do. You're not going to find like a patch of woods right outside of Walmart where you can build a cabin on. You're going to get caught there. But inside of a national forest, if you're smart about it, you can 100% get away with it. Just know that if you get caught, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. So, you got to cover your tracks, you got to be careful. Best method to find work, just ask people. Like, if I see a U-Haul truck, I will walk up to that U-Haul truck and I will ask them, do you need an extra set of hands? And 9 times out of 10, they're going to say no. But that one time someone says yes, you got money in your pocket. You go to every restaurant on a Friday, Saturday night, walk in. Do you need do you need somebody in the dish pit? You know? If it's a giant establishment like a McDonald's or a Burger King, they don't really have dish pits, but you know what I mean? They're probably not going to say yes, but a mom and pop shop, hey, if it's a Friday night and they don't got a dishwasher, they'll throw anyone back there. Another good one, landscapers, construction, anything that requires hard physical labor, that most people won't do. You walk up to them and you tell them you have a strong back and you're ready to work. If anything, they'll just make you a pack mule. Move this from here to there. Do the grunt work. Right? Like, that's the best way to find work. Just ask. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, people are going to tell you no. But every 10th time, like, you got some money in your pocket. Food stamps? Absolutely not. I am not on any kind of government welfare. I don't trust the government. I don't rely on the government. Nothing against anyone who does use food stamps. Like, you need to do it, do it. It's just for me personally. I try to avoid any kind of government bureaucracy at any cost. Craigslist or Upwork. I tried using Craigslist. It's all spam now. Like, everything's about like DoorDash and stuff. I'm sure there's a diamond in the rough and you maybe can find one gig on there. Upwork. I've heard of Upwork. I think is that the thing where like you can go to a place and they'll like give you a room or something. I might be thinking of something different. Never tried that, so I don't have any experiences with it. Yeah, I know a lot of people have had paranormal experiences. Like I said, I really want one. I really, really would just love to like tell ghost stories and paranormal stories and stuff like that. But maybe I'm just not in tune with that world, as some people say. How do I turn my physical money into digital money? So I use Chime, and with Chime, you can go to a lot of different places like a Walgreens, hand them like your physical money, and you swipe your card, and they will put it on your account. Alternatively, you can use Cash App. Cash App's the same thing. You go to a Family Dollar, you give them physical money, they scan a code on your phone, and that money is then deposited into your Cash App account. Is Arizona the best state for stargazing? Excuse me. The only state I would think is better than Arizona would be Alaska, but I've never been to Alaska. So, yeah, I would say Arizona, probably one of the better states for stargazing, if not the best state. Oh, Facebook Marketplace is a great way to find some work. I've never personally found work on it, but I know a lot of people use it to find some work. So that is a great option from what I understand. Yeah, Facebook Marketplace, you can find work on there. Oh, check out Upwork. I mean, I'm pretty good where I'm at the moment. There's a few businesses around town here that I can just call up and, hey, I need to make a few dollars, and they'll put me to work, and I can make money that way. So, but also check out Upwork. Yeah, if you need food stamps, like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking food stamps, man. Like, do it. Like, the way I look at it, with all the money that our government wastes on stupid things, like a citizen taking food stamps who needs it, that's not a problem. The government wastes money on much stupider things. Won't go into any details, but I'm sure you all know the things I'm talking about. Oh my goodness, the fire has gone out. I'm too busy talking. Do I want to visit Alaska and Hawaii? Visit Hawaii, maybe. Hawaii sketches me out, man. Just being on an island, uh, basically living on top of an active volcano. Like, that's sketchy, man. People in Hawaii have some balls. But yeah, I mean, it'd be dope to visit and just cliff jump or something. Alaska, man, a part of me wants to live in Alaska. The other part of me is smart enough to know that that's a bad idea. Going off grid in Alaska. But yeah, Alaska, I'd love to go to. Work on a fishing boat or something. Yeah. How much are my monthly expenses? Let's run down the list here. Phone bill's $25. That gives me unlimited talk, text, data, and unlimited hotspot. And then food costs. Dog food. Dog food comes out to about $100 a month because I do give Jade I don't want to say the best dog food, but she gets good dog food. She doesn't get the cheap crap. As for food, that varies greatly. On a bad month, $50. On a good month, $200 for food. Just depends on how much money I got. What carrier do I have? I have Visible by Verizon. It's $25 a month, unlimited everything plus unlimited hotspot. Then you have the $35 plan. All that does is increase your speed, both your download speed and your hotspot speed. And then there's one that's $45 a month, and all that does is further increase your download speed and your hotspot speed. But even with the $25 plan, I think I get like, 25 megabytes down? Like, $25 a month for, like, 25 megabytes down, I think is what I get with the $25 plan. That's more than enough for me. I think that's more than enough for like 99% of people in America. Yet Visible by Verizon. It's it's kind of a pay-as-you-go thing. Like, there's no contracts, so you're not locked into anything. You can bring your own phone. You just pay by the month. So, if you can't make $25 that month, your phone gets shut off, and that's it. You don't get like some late fee or. I am really selling this company right now. I should be getting paid for this. But yeah, Visible. It's a great phone service. I haven't had a problem with coverage. Yeah, I haven't had a problem with coverage. It runs off Verizon towers. So unless you're in an area that, Verizon's just not available in, it's probably the best deal. I simply got it because of the hotspot. Because I have a Chromebook, and when I was living in North Dakota, I got a Chromebook, and I didn't want to pay, $30, $40 a month for Wi-Fi. So I found Visible, and I switch on my hotspot, and I can go on my Chromebook and browse the internet on my laptop endlessly. It genuinely is unlimited. It's not even throttled. No, I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm just running straight off my Verizon data plan, visible data plan. Yeah, there isn't even any Wi-Fi like on this property at all. I'm glad that the quality is really good. I don't really stream all that much, so I've never, I don't know how good the quality is. How many bars do I have? I've only got 3 bars, so I'm not even at like, you know, perfect conditions, I guess you could say. Okay, I'm gonna get this fire going again. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. No, I was not born in '01. I was born in '91. The '01 in my name. I don't even know how that became a thing. That's just. I had '01 in like my original Telegram name. And my original Telegram name was like Linux01. And then when I made this, I just carried that '01 over. I don't know where the '01 came from. It's just me being, I don't even know. Yeah, I was born in 1991. Much older. 10 acres of land. That's the dream. But going up to Tennessee, hopefully, on a couple acres of land with a buddy. And, you know, hopefully we get to build some stuff there. Hey, the fire's going again. So yeah, I lifted up one of those big old logs there, and my hand got covered in fire ants. So that's fun. That's one thing I really. There are fire ants everywhere down in Florida. Holy crap! You pick up like a stick or something. Suckers are gonna start biting you. Do it. Yeah, man. Make some videos. Show people your life. Hey, I wish I would have filmed more when I was on the road, but like my thing was I just enjoyed it so much. I'm one of those people where if I see something like really cool, like really magical, I won't pull my phone out. Like I just want to experience the moment and burn it into my brain. I've never been one of those people that's like, "Ooh, something cool's happening. Got to pull my phone out." I'm someone when something cool happens, I put my phone away and I just take it all in. That's why I suck at making YouTube videos so badly. Because I'm just like, I don't want to record stuff. I just want to exist and be happy. But no, I'm really trying. I'm trying out the YouTube thing this time. I don't know, like what Florida's property tax is. I'm pretty sure Florida has like no income tax. I'm pretty sure that's the thing, right? I don't know. I haven't filed taxes. Well, maybe I shouldn't say anything like that out loud. Had I not, I don't know much about taxes since I went homeless for reasons. We'll say that. But I'm pretty sure Florida doesn't have income tax. I don't know about property tax. Yeah, income tax. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure you're right. Florida doesn't have any tax like that. Based on the value of the property, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because buddy of mine, property I used to live on, he had an appraiser come out. I don't know if appraiser is the right word. Somebody from the government came out and saw that he had put a new shed on the property. He's like, "Oh, you're getting charged for that." Or just a shed to keep like chainsaws and other tools in and stuff. Like he got dinged and had to pay more money because of it. Florida isn't a horrible choice. As long as you can deal with the heat, the humidity, and the hurricanes. And depending on where you go, tornadoes as well. If you go to like kind of the northern part, north central part of Florida, you may get hit with some tornadoes. Yeah, that's my understanding about Florida and off-grid living as well. If you go to like southern Florida, you're probably going to be hit with a lot of bureaucracy. And it's probably not a place you want to live because there's so many regulations and stuff. But in the northern part of Florida, it's like all rednecks. Like it's basically Texas with well, Texas has hurricanes. It's basically Texas. Like if you're not peddling drugs, police don't care what you do. Just don't be a nuisance. There's people around here that are just living out of those pre-built sheds. Nobody does anything. Nobody says anything. Nobody gets in trouble for it. Right? Like this part of Florida that I'm in, everything's lenient. Technically, I believe Florida does have like state building codes. It's just depending on where you are, they're not really enforced. If you're 2 hours from Jacksonville, you're like 4 hours from me. 3 hours from me. If you go diagonal. Yeah, Florida, it's nice. If you're in Georgia, you're already used to the heat, so you're already used to hurricanes. Probably tornadoes as well. I know Georgia, they get hit with quite a few tornadoes here and there. At least southern central Georgia does. Oh, are you used to the mosquitoes? Because in Florida, I'm sure you deal with them as well, but the mosquitoes down here are horrible. The only place with worse mosquitoes that I've experienced is Louisiana. But I mean, it's close. If you have any standing water in Florida, you're getting all the blood sucked out of you. Even me, like I'm one of those people that mosquitoes do not like. Like there's certain like people or like pheromones or something that mosquitoes won't go after. But even me, I get torn up by them. And ticks. Holy crap, the ticks in Florida are horrible. I pick at least 10 ticks off of Jade and like 20 ticks off of me a day. But it's insane, the tick population. We have the Lone Star tick down here, the one that makes you allergic to meat, which scares the heck out of me. I know it's super rare, and even if I'm bitten by a tick, I probably won't get it, but it still freaks me out. Have I accumulated a lot of stuff? Not really. Um, I have three things, really, that I've accumulated. I have a very, very small generator that I could just throw in a backpack. I have a very large solar panel that I would not be able to throw in a backpack. And I have a chainsaw. Those are the only things that if I left, I could not take with me. And a circular saw. Those are the only four things that if I were to just leave tomorrow, I could not take with me. I could not fit in my backpack. Oh yeah, ticks every day. 10, 20 ticks a day, at least. I don't know if I could go without red meat, man. I'm one of those people, I'm basically a carnivore, right? I love meat. I like chicken. I love chicken, but I don't know if I could live off of exclusively chicken and vegetables. Oh yeah, we have gnats, those kind of gnats down here. Um, I remember there's a sounds like a fox. I am going to take a walk real quick. I'm just gonna let this keep playing. I hear a fox, and I want to go see if I can find it. So yeah, enjoy the fire for like the next 10 minutes, and I will be right back. Be good. Don't do nothing stupid. Oh my goodness. Oh, yep. I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. Up, there goes the phone. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely a fox back there. And Jade was a little scared. So now she's with me. And she's being crazy. She's going to knock over the phone. So be prepared for that to happen. Okay, I'm going to try and catch up on the chat while Jade freaks out. Yes, this live stream is going very weird. Oh, there we go. Cryptoids, or people that have experienced oh god, I can't pronounce that name, that word. I have no experience, and I know of nobody else who has had experience. Oh geez, as the chat devolved into religious things and anti-religious things. It's probably not the best wording. Just chill out. Let people believe what they want to believe. Jade is being crazy. Alright, we're done with that. Oh, I'm not dealing with that. Place of peace. People can believe whatever they want to believe, so long as their beliefs are not actively harming people. Okay. I am going to try and put wood in this fire. Jade is going to go bananas, so you must all be prepared for this. Holy crap, what did you do? You're adorable, but you're a monster. You're a monster. phone over. Oh, there it goes. Please not burn your leash. Oh, you dumb. Round. There you go. Oh. This is why Jade does not get to be in live streams. She's a crazy dog. She's so crazy. She's so crazy. She's gonna jump in the fire for the stick. She's gonna jump in the fire for the stick. Get it? Oh, you get it. You win. You get the stick. Oh, you got another stick. Why are you stealing the sticks? Why are you stealing the sticks? Why are you stealing my sticks? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Pull? You want it, Pull? Oh, you win. You win. You get the stick. Oh, shit. I'm not gonna be able to burn anything. Get it. Get it. Oh, get it. Oh, you win. Play with your stick and relax. There's 3 sticks. Okay, I'm back. I'm not going to say her name because she will come running over here, but she is eating her stick. So maybe there will be some peace and quiet. So yeah, sorry for leaving there for a minute. There were some foxes back there. Jade was not happy about it. So I brought her out here. And hopefully she's going to be good and not attack my tripod or my camera and not jump in the fire trying to get the stick. I'm gonna hope. Holy crap, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. That's crazy. You're breaking the sticks, Jade. You're breaking the sticks for me. You're so nice. You're so nice. Oh my goodness. I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked by a wild Belgian Malinois. Calm down. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think she's calmed down now. Please don't burn yourself. In some ways, it's harder to be a nomad nowadays. I mean, nowadays we don't need to worry about catching food to cook up and eat every single day. Back when you were allowed to kind of roam free, there wasn't much infrastructure. Yeah. Good girl. Sit. Good girl. I don't know if I'd be in a tribe. I kind of like my solitude. I mean, back in the day, you would kind of need to be in a tribe, I guess, because you can't do everything yourself when there's no infrastructure. Like you need somebody to cook, someone to grow, someone to hunt, someone to build, clean and cook the animal, or fish, or whatever. No. This way. Thank you. Jade, this way. Oh geez, fire's already out. I mean, it's not out, but... Alright, I need to throw things in the fire. You gonna grab it from me?
fox scare you? Did the fox scare you? Down.
Sit. I do not need to worry about no Bigfoots. Jade here will protect me. She will protect me from anything. Oh my goodness. I got her riled up. Enough. Good girl. So you can relax when you want. No, no, no. This way. Okay. Jade is a handful. My goodness. My goodness. She's a handful. I'm just waiting for her to try and jump up and grab one of those sticks out of the fire. She'll do it. Up. I knew it. I knew she was going to knock the tripod over. She almost got it. Sit. Calm down. A boat? Probably not. It's possible you hear the interstate, it's probably about 5 or 10 miles from me. So, oh my goodness. Are you stuck? Did you get. How did you do this? And remember, I don't have you on live streams. No.
Go around.
Okay. That's it. That's a good girl. You're so good. You're so good. Oh, you. Good job, Jaden. Go around.
Oh, bird.
Yeah, you did that.
Crazy pup.
Crazy pup. Crazy, crazy pup. I never watch the news anymore. Nor do I watch pay attention to politics all that much. I just don't see a real point in it. whatever's gonna happen's gonna happen. I'd rather just chill out in the woods, not stress over it, and find these coyotes or foxes. Oh, is my phone finally overheating? Oh, a little bit. Just gonna unplug the charger, see if it cools down. Good. Good girl. Good girl. Sit. Good girl. So good. Welcome to the chat. I've just been chilling, letting the fire burn down a little bit, and I'm definitely going to be heading to bed soon. I'll stay for another 20 minutes or so. I heard some foxes earlier, and went back to check on Jade. She wasn't having it, so she's right here next to me right now, just chilling. She's being good for the most part. Gotta be careful around them coyotes. Not really. I've never had a coyote come up on me. Normally when I see them, they just scurry off. Yeah, it's very peaceful. Very, very peaceful. You get the foxes or the coyotes howling every now and then, but it's all good. Then you got Jade over here killing her sticks ripping them apart. Oh, it's daylight savings. I was so confused looking at my clock, wondering how it's almost 4 o'clock. And I just realized today is daylight savings. Yeah, I didn't even realize until about 5 minutes ago. I was just so confused because it's 4 o'clock and there's no way I've been streaming that long. It's all good. Quote unquote more daylight doesn't really affect me. I've already got or had a circadian rhythm. But now with Florida summer coming, probably going to be a little bit of a night owl. Really don't want to work during the hot hours of the day. It ended up being a little bit of a cool night. It's not too bad out here at all. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to stick with it this time. Originally, I just wanted to make the videos for me because when I become an old man and become senile, I want to be able to rewatch them and relive the good days. But yeah, response has been amazing. Don't know what I'm going to do after the series is over. I got a few ideas, but we'll see what happens. I just got a nice little sized battery bank though. I can charge it off my solar panel and I can live stream all throughout the night. So hopefully more live streaming coming soon. I'd love to say I'd live stream every single night, but I don't think that's going to happen. But definitely more than like once a week. Well, I can't really travel on foot anymore because I got my puppy dog. So I don't really want to take her out on the road. She's a Malinois. She's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I wouldn't trust her out on the road. But I'm hoping to get a van at some point and just do the van life thing. See how it goes. It sucks about the battery banks. I remember when I was in Texas, my one and only battery bank died on me. I had to go to a Love's and get like a 5,000 milliamp hour bank just to get me through for a week until I could get enough money to get a big one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She's going crazy. She's going crazy. She's trying to attack the tripod. Such a crazy dog. But you're the best little puppy ever. Yes, you are. Looks like fire's burned down pretty good. Might be ending the live stream here in a minute. I've been streaming now for 5 hours and 50 minutes, and it's 4 a.m. I gotta be up early to paint a fence. Stain a fence, anyway. Calm down. Down. Good girl. Hey. No. Go around. Thank you for listening. Kind of. There you go.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. Round? Yeah.
Sit. Yep. Kid. Stay away. Alright. That's gonna do it for tonight's live stream. I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. Maybe I'll stream a little bit tomorrow. We'll find out. But hopefully we'll have another video out tomorrow. So with that, I will say peace out, everybody. Have a good night.